Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And we're just getting ready now for the C final of the Open J15 Cox Quads. We can see the crews just trying to get onto the start, one or two having a few challenges lining up. There's not as much of a wind as there was this morning here, but there is still sort of a cross tailwind blowing down the course. But certainly one of the crews in the centre lanes is struggling a little bit to get onto the pontoons. In this first C final we have, and we've moved lanes across as well, so we're racing in lanes 2 to 7. So in lane 2, Windsor Boys School C. In lane 3, Windsor Boys School B. In lane 4, Trentham Bow Club B. In lane 5, Clares Court School. In lane 6, Windsor Boys School D. And in lane 7, Kingston Rowing Club A. So if this race was to go to form of the time trials, we would expect Windsor Boys Crew C were the fastest crew in the time trial this morning, and their compatriots in the B crew were the second fastest, with Trentham Boat Club third fastest. But of course, things can change between time trial racing and racing side by side. We have got 5 of the crews onto the start. We are just waiting for Trentham to attach themselves. They've been struggling a little bit to do so. So for those of you that aren't familiar with rowing, normally we race with the fastest crews in the middle. But today, because of the conditions, the umpire team have decided that we will go in echelon status. So the fastest crew will be in lane 2 from qualifying this morning, and that will go through. And if it changes, we'll let you know. But so Windsor Boys School C, our fastest crew are in lane 2. Unfortunately, it looks like Trentham are having real trouble getting onto the landing stage. They've just tried again and failed, so they're just paddling away and hopefully will come back and attach. All the other crews are attached and waiting. Okay, and finally, the C final of the women of the Open J15 quads is off. The umpires didn't hang around very long as soon as Trentham got attached.
Race 29 B, Open J15 Cox Final B. Greg Marlow, lane 2. Marlow, lane 3.
There you go. So coming through to the 1,000-metre mark, it's pretty close between Windsor Boys C Crew in lane 2 and Clare's Court, who have had a really good start out in lane 5. Behind them, Windsor School's B Crew. So as the race gets into the second half of the C final of the Open J14's Coxed Quads, Windsor Boys C continue to lead with Clare's Court in second place, and maybe a bit of a surprise here, Windsor School's D Crew in third place, with Windsor Boys B Crew in fourth, Kingston Rowing Club in fifth, and Trentham in sixth. And we pick up the fantastic shot from the drone here. Hopefully you folks on YouTube can see this. With we can just see a lovely shot of the Clare's Court crew here in lane 5 from above. And they're just pushing hard now on that Windsor Boys C crew in lane 2, with the Windsor Boys D crew in third. And these three crews, as we come to the crunchy part of the race and the last 250, 500 meters, 250, 600 meters to go, it's going to be a pretty tough race here between Windsor Boys C and Clare's Court School. Coming up now, getting towards the red boys, Windsor Boys C crew are still in the lead, with Clare's Court still second. Windsor Boys D crew and B crew having a real tussle for third place here. No, they're not. It's when we see from above, it's a bit easier. The D crew are in a clear third, with the B crew second. And now we're coming into the last crunchy part of the race, last 100 metres. Windsor Boys D, who have led from the start, still have a lead over Clare's Court, but Clare's Court are pushing really, really hard from the middle of the course. Probably had Tom Josh shouting at them from the bikes I can see down the side. Now about 3/4 of a length in it as we come in towards the finish line. Clare's Court closing, but it's just about to me that Windsor Boys C have held on. Clare's Court coming in second and Windsor Boys D third, with their Windsor Boys B crew coming in fourth, Kingston fifth, and Trentham, who had all of that trouble on the start, coming in sixth. What a great race there. Clare's Court pushing Windsor Boys C crew all of the way down the course. And the next race on the course is race 29 B, Open J15 Coxed Quads. This is the B final of the event that we just saw. So in lane 2, Great Marlow School. In lane 3, Marlow Rowing Club. In lane 4, King's School Worcester A. In lane 5, Sir William Borlase Grammar School Boat Club. In lane 6, Grange School. And in lane 7, Brentford A crew. And they have started. Not so much trouble getting on the start pontoons this time. So as we're now waiting to the settle for this race, it looks like Great Marlow School over in lane 2 as they go through the 750 are in the lead. Looks pretty close to me between Marlow Rowing Club in lane 3 and King's School Worcester in lane 4 for second and third. And coming through the 1,000, it's a pretty close race between those first 3 lanes of Great Marlow School, Marlow Rowing Club and King's School Worcester. And coming up behind them, William Borlase, followed by Grange and Brentford in lane 7 in 6th place. I think the race has established itself now into 2 groupings, the lane 2, 3 and 4. The first 3 all looking pretty tight, and then 5, 6 and 7 for positions 4 through 6. Middle part of the race now starts to tell where the fitness and the strength training that they would have done over the winter. Have they got the stamina to be able to settle into that rhythm, control the pushes that they want to get in, and really drive through to be able to accelerate and sprint in the last 500 meters? Great Marlow School are currently rating 34. Settle into their rhythm for the middle of the race. And just looking at the first shots we've got from the drone, it looks like Great Marlow School in 2 and King's School Worcester in 4 are pretty level, but Marlow Rowing Club are absolutely still in touch in lane 3. So I think we're coming in now to the last part of the race where we're in for a pretty good finish. I have to wake up the umpires in the finish tower to make sure they can see what's happening. Actually, Great Marlow School have just put in a little push in the last 100 or so meters and just moved away a little bit from Marlow Rowing Club and King's Worcester. But there is really nothing in this race as we come towards the last 500 meters. They're just pushing through the 500 meter rate. Yeah, probably about a third of a length now for Great Marlow School. Marlow Rowing Club and King's Worcester. Maybe Marlow Rowing Club with maybe just a canvas over King's Worcester now as we come in towards the Red Boys and the last 250 metres of this race. Grey Marlow School still maintaining half a length lead over Marlow Rowing Club, and King's School Worcester are probably just about half a canvas down on Marlow Rowing Club. All of the crews are striking 36 as we come now to the Red Boys and the real push for the last 250 metres of this race. Great Marlow School are continuing to just hold around half the length lead over Marlow. Marlow are pushed away a little bit from King's Worcester now, probably half a length between them, with King's Worcester just not quite managing to hang on. Marlow trying really hard to get back at their compatriots in Marlow, Great Marlow School, but Great Marlow School are just about hanging on there and maybe just pushing away a little bit as we come to the last 100 or so metres. We just see a bit of the flight behind us from the VE Day protection as well. Behind us, Great Marlow School come into the last 10 strokes. Marlow are just catching up. Can Great Marlow hang on? Marlow are putting on a massive push. I think Marlow might have just taken that on the finish, just on the surge, with King's Worcester coming in third. What a fantastic race. And those of you that are interested in flying, which is definitely me, if you have a look up away from the tower, you can see some of the aircraft coming round from the V parade in London earlier on, or just now actually. They've just done the fly past. Well, that was a fantastic race in the B final of the J15 quad. And for those of you that are interested, there's a Boeing RC-135 river joint. So it's one of the observation aircraft in the Royal Air Force, just flying over the top now, over the top of the tower, so I can't see him. He's on his way back to RAF Waddington. So the A final of the Open J15 Quad Sculls has started. If it's anything like the B final, we're in for a fantastic race. In lane 2, we have Yarm School. In lane 3, Windsor Boys School A. In lane 4, Henley Rowing Club. In lane 5, Hereford Cathedral School. In lane 6, Maidenhead Rowing Club A. And in lane 7, Barnes Elm A. So from the pictures we can see, it looks like Yarm have a slight lead over Windsor Boy. Yarm have settled into a rhythm of 33 strokes a minute. Actually, it tells you the angles from the cameras are deceiving, because actually we've got Hereford Cathedral School in lane 5 who have a very slight lead. I think this could be another exciting race in the A final of the J15 Cox Quads as they go through the first 1,000 or the 1,000-metre mark. Hereford Cathedral School, Windsor Boys and Yarm, not a lot between them, so Maidenhead and Barn Elms. Maidenhead's maybe slightly in touch. Barn Elms look like they're being dropped a little bit over here in lane 7. So as we progress down the course now towards the 1500 metre mark, we've got Yarm in the lead, Windsor Boys School in second, and Hereford in lane 5 in third. But Henley are not out of this yet either. Henley are in fourth, probably about half a length down on Hereford Cathedral School. Yarm now probably about 3/4 of a length, maybe just pulling out to a length over Windsor Boys School A. But there really isn't much between the first 4 crews as we come down towards 500 metres to go. And roughly at the 500 metres to go, Yarm in first place, Windsor Boys School second, and it's maybe just Hereford Cathedral School just in front of Henley, but Henley putting in a big push as we come through to the crunchy part of this race. So Yarm looking like they're keeping their length nice and strong. Pushing up the rating now as we come to the last 250. We've just around about just under 2-second lead over Windsor Boys School A and Hereford Cathedral School in third. Henley in fourth, Maidenhead in fifth, and Barn Elms in sixth. Pretty much staying as we were, with Yarm leading by just around a length over Windsor Boys School. Windsor Boys School, as we'd expect, putting in a big push, just taking a little bit out of Yarm, but they're responding, keeping the rowing nice and strong and long. A big push from Henley Rowing Club now to make sure they maintain that bronze and push on to Windsor Boys School in second. But we're maintaining that sequence of Yarm, Windsor Boys School and Henley Rowing Club. And a really impressive row from Yarm School here as they come now to the finish line. Just under 3/4 or just over 3/4 of a length over Windsor Boys School A, who have a length over Henley Rowing Club. Hereford Cathedral School in fourth, Maidenhead in fifth, and Barn Elms just coming up towards the line now in sixth place. So that absolutely going with the timings from the time trial. A really good race, really mature race from Yarm over the 2,000 metres, using the length and the start they got off at the beginning to maintain that and just draw out to just under a length lead at the end of the race.
Next up on the course, we've got the B final of the Open J16 coxless quads. In lane 2, King's School Worcester A. In lane 3, Great Marlow School. In lane 4, Hartpury. In lane 5, South African Schools. In lane 6, Wallingford. And in lane 7, American School.
Drones come down.
So at about 500 metres gone into this race, we've got the first 4 crews from the time trial out in the lead, but not in the order that they were finished in the time trial. So we've got South African Schools who are in lane 5, having finished 4th in the time trial, taking a lead. And looking on the camera as they go through the 1,000-metre point, it looks like they've got a lead of over a length, which is really very impressive by this early stage. They're followed by King's School Worcester, who are in lane 2, and then Great Marlow School, who are in lane 3, and Hartpury, who are in lane 4. So into the second part of this race, it looks like it's developing fairly much into a race of 2 halves. We've got lanes 2, 3 and 5 out in front, and then lanes 4, 6 and 7 just a little bit further back off the pace. South African Schools in lane 5 are still leading, but perhaps by as much as a length from lanes 2 and 3, which is King's Worcester and Great Marlow. Those 2 crews look very, very close together as they approach the 500 metre to go marker. So we're getting better and better drone shots all the time here on the monitor. Those of you who are watching live here at Eton Dorney won't be able to see this, but the South African schools have still got about a length's lead. It's neck and neck between King's Worcester and Great Marlow for second place. This is a B final, so we're racing for honour here. But the South African schools are making a really, really good job of it. Really neat blade work, really good timing. And they're maintaining their lead ahead of King's Worcester and Great Marlow. Possibly at the moment. No, it's really hard to tell the difference between King's Worcester and Great Marlow. I was about to say that I thought Great Marlow were maybe 6 inches ahead, but that's about all there is in it. These 3 crews have now got several lengths of clear water before you go back to Hartpury and Wallingford, who are fairly close together, and then American School London are a bit further back off the pace. We're passing the 250 metre marker to go now, and South African schools continue to lead really, really strongly. They've got a lead of a length and just such a strong rhythm, rating about 36, very much in control of this race. There's a real battle going on between King's Worcester and Great Marlow for second place in this B final of the J16 quads. And that is pushing those 2 crews on, but they're not really making a substantial dent on South African schools. As we come up towards the line, King's Worcester have pulled ahead of Great Marlow, but South African schools continue to lead across the line by about a length. Oh, and Great Marlow has now pushed back to just get the beep ahead of King's School Worcester. Coming up next, very, very close between Hartpury and Wallingford. And then American School are just finishing the race off, sculling strongly in lane 7. Next on the course, we've got the medal final, the A final for the Open J16 quads. In lane 2, Walbrook. In lane 3, Windsor Boys A. In lane 4, Windsor Boys B. In lane 5, Henley. 6, Molesey. And 7, Marlow. Coming through the 500-metre marker, Walbrook were leading from Windsor Boys A, so going with the time trial results. But I'm sorry, we've just had a correction to that. It's actually Walbrook are still leading, but Marlow are just fractionally ahead, 0.3 of a second ahead of Windsor Boys A. They in turn are another 0.3 of a second ahead of Henley. So very close at 500 metres gone. And we're now starting to get the drone shots, and we can see that Walbrook have got a lead over in lane 2, followed by Windsor Boys next to them in lane 3, and those two crews are a considerable distance ahead of the rest of the field. But Henley Rowing Club, who were 4th in the time trial, are currently sitting just in 3rd position ahead of Windsor Boys B. So those two positions are reversed from the time trial, but there's no more than half a length in it at the moment. And I can see Windsor Boys really pushing their rating up. This is the Windsor Boys B crew. They're fighting to get their bows back ahead of Henley Rowing Club, and they're making quite a successful job of it. But out the front of the race, with nearly 2 lengths of clear water separating them from the rest of the crews, we've got Walbrook A and Windsor Boys A. Both crews are actually very close to each other sideways across their lanes. They're not both in the middle of the lanes. It's fine where they both are, but it's meaning they're going to be, you know, hearing the other crews rowing really closely, hearing the coxes shouting. And at 500 metres to go, those two crews are level. That's Walbrook and Windsor Boys A out in front. And in fact, after that from the drone, Windsor Boys have pushed out to about a canvas lead ahead of Walbrook. Have they gone too soon? Or have Walbrook just run out of steam? Very high ratings in both of these crews. 36.5 in Windsor, who've now got half a length lead. That's a really monumental push through they did at the 750 metre marker gone. But sprinting all the way home for 250 metres is a long way in a Cox quad. They may well be able to hang on though, but these two crews still substantial amounts of clear water ahead of the crews that are 3rd and 4th. 3rd place crew is now Windsor Boys B. Henley is in 4th position. But coming into the last 10 strokes or so before the line, Windsor Boys School A are now leading the race, having pulled out a really impressive lead of over a length ahead of Walbrook. There's clear water between these two boats, really sprinting high in Windsor Boys, followed by Walbrook. Windsor Boys B then crossing the line in third place, about 3/4 of a length ahead of Henley. And those four crews are chased home by Marlow Rowing Club, who come in fifth, and Molesey in sixth. Really exciting final, A final of the Open J16 coxless quads.
And the next race is now attached to the state boats. This is the B final of the women's J16 coxless quads. And in lane 2, Wallingford Rowing Club. Lane 3, Warrington A crew. Lane 4, Globe, their A crew. In lane 5, Clare's Court School. In lane 6, Walton Rowing Club. And in lane 7, Hereford Cathedral School. All crews attached quickly, and the starter didn't delay at all in that, and they're away. And these crews going through their start phase at the moment, just trying to get some early advantage, and they're pushing out forward and just starting now to look for their race rhythm, just settling down into that. And once we get to the first marker point, we'll see how that start went. And as we look back up the course, all the crews now settle into their race pace. And Wallingford has just established a slight lead, it looks like, over Warrington and Globe. However, in this near lane to us as well, Hereford Cathedral School settled into a good rhythm as well. Then we got Walton Rowing Club lane 6, Clare's Court School in 5, and Globe A in 4. They're all still battling hard with overlap. It looks like, though, in lane 1, Wallingford had just established an early advantage. And as we go through that 500-metre mark, it's Wallingford Rowing Club, and they're a length ahead of now Warrington's Ace Crew, who in turn have a length over Globe A. In 4th, it's Clare's Court School. 5th, Hereford Cathedral School. And in 6th, it's Walton Rowing Club. So Wallingford just pushing out now. They've got clear water at the moment over the Warrington A Crew. Warrington and Globe trying to battle out for the rest of those medals. But don't discount Clare's Court School in lane 5. They're still there overlapping with Globe A as well. And as we go through that 1,000-metre mark, it's confirmed that Warrington, Globe A and Clare's Court just battling hard at the moment. And with Wallingford established a good lead, but in 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place at the moment. There's nothing between the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place crews, with Walton and Hereford Cathedral School just dropping off the pace a little bit now. But a good race now for the minor medals, but Wallingford look established in that gold medal position. And in this B final, it's Wallingford just establishing that lead. This race is for the honours to show that how close they were to the A final. Get a good time and see if you had a better time trial, would you have been in that A final as well? So put the marker down and show people how quick you are, so that next time they race you, they know that you should have been in that A final. So Wallingford out there trying to prove that point at the moment. And then behind them, Globe and Warrington and Clare's Court battling out for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. See who can establish that the minor places for this race. And those of you following on the YouTube channel, you can see that Wallingford have established a comfortable lead now over the rest of the field. But there's Warrington, Globe and Clare's Court, all boats overlapping at the moment, all to play for the 2nd, 3rd place in this B final. Also, though they've dropped off the pace of Hereford Cathedral School and Walton Rowing Club, they're having a good race for themselves. So they're not sitting in a void. They're having a good battle to see who can come in behind in 5th and 6th. But good race for those two as well. But out in front, Wallingford established a very, very comfortable lead. But who's going to finish 2nd, 3rd and 4th? A good battle for those places. And into the last 250 metres of this race, the red zone. Everyone now starts to push for the line. Who will now go for 2nd place? It's Warrington on the far side in lane 3. Globe A in the centre and Clare's Court this side. They're all now overlapping. They're all now lifting. They're all pushing for the line. Who will finish 2nd and 3rd and 4th? They're going to go for it all the way. Wallingford, though, just watching them carefully, pushing on towards the line, comfortably in the lead. and Warrington seem to have got the better advantage at the moment, but it's Globe A as well. Globe A lift, but Warrington watch them. They hold on, and now they start to push away Warrington. Globe trying to go again. They lift their rate again. They start to move back again on Warrington, and as they do so, they close the gap, and they are now level as they approach the line. Who's going to get the honours across in this line in second place? We leave that to the judges as they hit the finish line now. Very close indeed. And in fourth place then it's Clare's Courts. In fifth it could be Walton or Hereford Cathedral School. Again, a good battle for those two quads. They go across the line and we leave the result to the judges.
Okay, we have alignment, catch the blades back. All crews. Attention.
And as that race crosses the line, getting attached at the same moment was the final A of the Women's J16 coxless quads. And in this final, it's Marlow Rowing Club in lane 2, Henley Rowing Club A crew in lane 3, Molesey Boat Club A crew in lane 4, City of Bristol 5, Lee Rowing Club A crew 6, and Putney High School, their A crew in 7th. And as they leave the start line now, they're all going through that start phase, and we wait for the a marker at 500 to see how they've settled into the race. And as the say final approaches the 500 metre mark, we are racing as an echelon today. So the faster crew in all races in rowing gets the better lane. So that in the officials have decided that lane 2 is the faster lane. So Marlow get that lane. So going across the lake, Marlow was first in the time trial with Henley, Molesey, City of Bristol, Lee and Putney High respectively behind them. So that's how the lane was drawn. And as we go through the first marker point, it is Marlow Rowing Club, half a length ahead of Henley A, who in turn have a length over Molesey Boat Club, who have a length over Putney High, and then it's the City of Bristol and Lee Rowing Club. And as we look through the YouTube cameras now, you can see Marlow Rowing Club sculling at 34 strokes per minute, holding a good rhythm now over Henley Rowing Club. Just about a length, not quite clear water between those two quads in this A final. In the second and third place now, it's between Putney High, Molesey Boat Club, then City of Bristol and Lee Rowing Club. And with 750 metres still to go, Marlow holding on now, but Henley have closed that gap slightly. It's about 2/3 of a length now between Marlow and Henley A. Marlow in turn held a now about 3-length lead over Molesey Boat Club, and who hold a slight lead over Putney High, over City of Bristol and Lee Rowing Club A. So in this final A of the women's J16 coxless quads, Henley Rowing Club trying to close the gap on Marlow. Marlow watching them and trying to push out to clear water. That's the gold and silver medal positions. But it's the third place, that bronze medal, that looks where the battle is at the moment. This is between Molesey Boat Club, Putney High School, and then City of Bristol and Lee Rowing Club. But it looks like Putney High, Molesey and City of Bristol still battling out at the moment for that third bronze medal. And what an excellent push that was by the Marlow crew, coming through that 750 metre mark to go. They continue to open that gap up over the Henley and have gone further away now into that gold medal position. Henley trying to come back, but it looks like Marlow have got that solid position. But in third place now, it's a very good battle between City of Bristol and Molesey Boat Club. City of Bristol have established about half a length lead over Molesey, and City of Bristol seem to be pushing away further as well. They've lifted and now moving away from Molesey. Lee Rowing Club also coming through into that fight. Molesey Boat Club being overhauled and have just caught a slight shipwreck, Molesey, which has given an advantage to Lee Rowing Club in fourth place. But coming towards the line, Marlow Rowing Club is in a comfortable lead now over Henley Rowing Club in this final A of the women's J16 quads. They cross the line now, and Henley about 3 lengths behind, but we leave that result to the judges. And for the bronze medal, City of Bristol, they pushed away from Molesey, and now they're holding on, and they're holding on to that bronze medal position. What a good result for them in this women's J16 quad final. And then in fourth place, it's Lee. Fifth place, it's still a good battle now between Molesey and Putney High School, who will get that last place. And it looks like Molesey got fifth and Putney High got sixth. But we leave that again to the official result.
on the course now, race 35, which is the Open Junior 16 Doubles B final. In lane 2, South African Schools, lane 3, American School, lane 4, Hereford Cathedral School, lane 5, Molesey Boat Club, lane 6, St Peter's School, and lane 7, Walton Rowing Club. The crew's now approaching the 12:50 mark, with the South African schools ahead at the moment, well ahead in fact of the American School of London, with Hereford next. St Peter's. Right, yeah. Yeah. Looking at the drone shot now, the South African schools are well ahead of the next three crews, which are the American School, Hereford Cathedral School and St Peter's School, who are battling it out for second and third positions. Molesey Boat Club have just pushed out to second place, with Hereford School and St Peter's School still battling for third position. South African schools remain ahead by some distance. South African schools still remain considerably ahead, whilst Hereford Cathedral School is beginning to establish a dominant position in the battle for second and third. St Peter's and American School are on level pegging for the race for third position. Coming into the last 250 metres, South African schools are still dominant and well ahead of the rest of the race. Hereford Cathedral School have established their position at the moment in second place, and St Peter's School appear to be winning the battle for third position. American School are putting in a good push now, and we wait to see whether they can actually change their position from fourth to third. South African schools clear winners, clearly across the line first in that race. Followed by Hereford Cathedral School, St Peter's School and American School. The next race on the course is Open J16 Doubles, and this is the A final. The crews have already started racing, with Windsor Boys School A in lane 2, Sir William Borlase lane 3, Bealbridge A in lane 4, South African Schools in A in 5, lane 6 Wallingford and lane 7 Mossbourne. So lying first at the moment are Sir William Borlase with Windsor Boys School A following closely on behind them, and Bealbridge lying in third position. Just coming into the last 250 metres, Sir William Borlase are well ahead of Windsor Boys School. The rest of the field a little bit strung out, with Bealbridge in lane 4 lying in the third position. Windsor Boys School appears to have had a bit of a disaster in that stroke, but are recovering well. William Borlase have now extended their lead to maybe 3 lengths as a result of that little crowd by Windsor Boys School. And we have Bealbridge coming up fast on Windsor Boys School. Across the line first, Sir William Borlase, followed by Windsor Boys School hanging on to second position, and Bealbridge in third.
The next race down the course will be the final B of the women's J16 double sculls. This is between Stratford-upon-Avon in lane 2, Great Marlow School in lane 3, the South African Schools from in lane 4, that's their A crew. In lane 5, it's the William Perkins School. In lane 6, it's Wallingford. And in lane 7, it's the South African Schools B crew. They're starting in the start area at the moment, trying to attach to the pontoons in these gusty conditions, and that's quite challenging sometimes. And we wait for the race to start. And the final B has just started of the women's J16 double sculls. Unfortunately, one crew had real problems attaching and has been disqualified from the race. So in the race now, we got in lane 2 Stratford-upon-Avon, lane 3 Great Marlow School, lane 4 South African School A crew, Sir William Perkins 5 and Wallingford lane 6.
Hereford, lane 4. Heading to B, lane 5. Marlow, lane 6. Yarm, lane 7. 3 minutes.
Here is an announcement. Here is an announcement, an important announcement to all crews and coaches. Because of the challenges at the start getting attached, if you do not get attached quickly within the first attempt, unfortunately you will be excluded from the race. This is an announcement from the race committee. And as this race, final B of the women's J16 doubles, goes through the 500 metre mark. In first place, lying in first place at the moment, is Stratford-upon-Avon, followed closely by the South African Schools A crew, with Great Marlow just behind them. In fourth place, it's Wallingford, and in fifth place, it's Sir William Perkins. And in this final B, as they go through the halfway mark, the 1,000 metre mark, still Stratford upon Avon who lead, followed by and with a great push. It was South African School just lying in second place as we went through that mark, but now they've pushed through Stratford upon Avon and have taken the lead. So South African School's A crew leads Stratford upon Avon, who in turn lead Sir William Perkins, Wallingford Rowing Club and Great Marlow School. And as I look back up the lake with 250 metres, 500 metres to go now, just going through there. South African Schools have just established a comfortable lead, it looks like now, over Stratford upon Avon over in lane 1. So in the middle of the lake, South African Schools just now cruising, pushing towards the line. But it looks like a good battle at the moment for the second place between Stratford upon Avon and Great Marlow School. And with about 300 metres to go, Great Marlow School lift their sculling rate. They're really now pushing hard and are starting to make inroads into that Stratford upon Avon lead. And it looks like they're now overlapping with Stratford upon Avon. Stratford now starting to push harder as well to try and respond to that push. So that second and third place is a good battle. But out in front is the South African Schools A crew, and they are leading comfortably now as we push towards the line. And as we look through the 250 metre mark to go, this red zone, it looks like Great Marlow School now have just got clear water now over Stratford upon Avon. And as they go through the line, Great Marlow continue with that high rate. They've really pushed hard and they've gone from third place to second within about 200 metres. So really, really good finish by them. They are closing the gap down now on the South African Schools A crew. And as they approach the line, this is the 1, 2, 3, but we wait for the official results. South African Schools, Great Marlow School, Stratford upon Avon, and having a really good race as well for the 4th and 5th places. It looks like Wallingford Rowing Club and Sir William Perkins, they're level at the moment. Wallingford just got the lead. Sir William Perkins now got just raised their sculling rate and have gone level. So they've got in a good battle at the moment. Sir William Perkins on the far side. Wallingford now get their sculling rate up again. They really push hard and again just took half a length out then, right the way through William Perkins. They were level until that last really good push. So Wallingford coming through in 4th and Sir William Perkins in 5th. The next race on the course is the final A of the Women's J16 double sculls between Hartbury University and College in lane 2, Headington School lane 3, Hereford 4, Headington School B crew lane 5 and Marlow Rowing Club lane 6 with the arm in lane 7. And as they go through the 1,000 metre mark now, it's Hartbury College who have got a lead now over Headington School A crew. And as they push through into that, the last 250 metres, they're both battling now. Headington trying to close the gap on Hartbury. But behind them, a good battle now between Hereford, Headington B, Marlow and Yarm. Yarm just off the pace, but as we look back up the course now, it's a good race between Hartbury and Headington School for the gold and silver medals. And the bronze medal looks established now into Hereford School. Hartbury just pushing on now. They hold off that challenge now from Headington School and comfortably now in lead for the bronze medal position. It looks like that's Hereford. And crossing the line now, as I said, Hartbury across first, Headington A second. And Hereford crossing the line now, followed by, in fourth place, we've got then Headington B, followed by Marlow B, and then Yarm School.
Here is an announcement. Can all women's J15 coxed quads go and collect their lane numbers now and then proceed to boat? All women's J15 coxed quads, please collect your lane numbers and boat. Thank you.
The race on the course at the minute is the Open J16 Final A, with in lane 2 St Peter's School, lane 3 South Africa, lane 4 Bradford School, lane 5 Lee Grammar School, lane 6 Bealbridge, and lane 7 also Bealbridge B. SPY. Right. The Scud from St Peter's is leading the race with the followed a couple of lengths behind by Bradford, with Lee lying in the third place, and the Scud from South African schools behind that in fourth position. So Gawthorpe from St Peter's is dominating the field at the present, well ahead of the second, third and fourth scullers. Gawthorpe leads Gurr from Bradford, Carrera from South Africa, and Sewell from the Lee.
Who's in lane 3?
It appears that the sculler from Bradford has suffered from a crab and has currently stopped sculling, and is just getting going again. In the meantime, Gawthorpe from St Peter's School continues to lead the field with Carrara and Sewell following up in third and fourth, second and third places. The Bealbridge scullers are in fifth and sixth places at present. Gawthorpe continues to lead, and the battle now is between Carrara and Sul for second and third places. At the moment, Carrara appears to have the better of that. Gawthorpe has crossed the line first and is closely followed by Carrara from South African schools and Sul from the Lee.
Here is an important announcement. As you can see, conditions are extremely testing at the start, and as a result, many crews are having great difficulty in getting attached, and this is making it impossible to maintain the race schedule. So it is with regret that we are forced to cancel all of the B, C and D finals after the women's J15 coxed quads. I repeat, all B, C and D finals after the women's J15 coxed quads will not take place. We will make a decision about whether the J14 octuples, that's both open and women's A finals, will run at all at about 4:30 p.m. If you have any questions about this, please go to registration. So to repeat, all B, C and D finals after the women's J15 coxed quads are cancelled, and we will make a decision about whether the J14 octuple A finals will run at about 4:30 p.m. Coming up to the last 300 metres or so of the women's J16 singles B final. We've got Nia Davidson of Hereford Cathedral School in the lead, but only by about a canvas from Paige Darnley of Dart Totnes. And closely on their sterns, we've got Robin Morris of South African Schools. Those three scullers are several lengths of clear water ahead of the rest of the field, although Lana Thomas of Kingston Rowing Club is in a strong fourth position, quite a long way ahead of Lily Cottam of Thames Scullers and Tilda Forsyth of Maidenhead, who are a bit further back off the pace. So we've just had a big push at about 200 metres to go by Paige Darnley of Dart Totnes, who's trying to get back on terms with Nia Davidson of Hereford Cathedral School. Now those two scullers are level. Dart Totnes and Hereford bow ball to bow ball, with Robin Moore of South African Schools in third place, about 2 lengths down on those two leading scullers. Hereford Cathedral School is just veering slightly towards Dart Totnes, but she's straightened up again now. I think the umpire has, indeed shown the flag, and she's adjusted her course, possibly over-adjusted her course. The two scullers are now diverging again. Quite a straight line from Paige Darnley. But Paige Darnley has now just moved ahead after a little crab by the sculler from Hereford Cathedral School, and Paige Darnley of Dart Totnes crosses the line ahead of Nia Davidson from Hereford Cathedral School, with Robin Moore of South African Schools in third place. A really cracking singles race. She just got past the big boy there beyond the finish. And now we've got Lana Thomas of Kingston Rowing Club coming up in fourth place, followed by Lily Cottam of Thames Scullers, who's sprinting into the line in fifth place, in this B final of the women's J16 singles, and followed up to the finish by Tilda Forsyth of Maidenhead Rowing Club. There have been some really challenging conditions for single scullers here. Nobody likes being in a crosswind. From our position in the commentary tower, we can see some quite extraordinary ripple patterns that are crossing the lake, surging across the lake, caused by the crosswind. So this is not somewhere that it's easy to be in a small boat, and all these scullers have done extremely well. We've now got the next race on the course, which is the A final of the women's J16 singles. They're probably just past 500 metres at the moment. Can't quite see from what we've got on our screens how they're doing. But at 500 metres, Tideway Scullers is leading with Headington very close behind her, followed by Peterborough. So it's Larissa Heinlein of Tideway Scullers who's got a lead of only just over half a second at the 500 metre marker. Those leading scullers are now coming through the 1,000 metre point, so hopefully we'll get a timing update soon and we'll start getting some drone footage. It's impressive that the drone is managing to stay up there in this really very considerable crosswind. What we can see from the drone, where it's just hovering at the moment, is some really quite extraordinary wave patterns going sideways across the course, which will be particularly difficult to scull in, and those will mostly affect the scullers in lanes 6 and 7 because the wind has accelerated sideways across the course by that point. So it remains really tight with the top two, but it's actually Laura Ward of Headington School who's taken the lead by less than a second from Larissa Heinlein of Tideway Scullers. Those two have got a reasonable gap now ahead of the rest of the field. They've pulled out a gap. And in third place, we've got Anya Knight of Nottingham and Union, who's in lane 2. Followed by Peterborough City, Jasmine Cheshire, of Peterborough City, with American School London's Maya Weller in 5th, and Royal Shrewsbury School's Katharina Webber in 6th. But the Nottingham and Union sculler has now joined in with the two leaders. We've still got Laura Ward of Headington School in the lead, but Larissa of Tideway Scullers and Anya of Nottingham and Union are really bow to bow as they come past the 1,500 metre marker. It's just under a length lead that Laura Ward of Headington School is maintaining, despite these really lively conditions on the far side of the course. We can also see vague wind ripples that are just going right down the course. This is far from the kind of flat water that you'd want to scull in. And yet these young scullers are getting right out long to the catch with great confidence. They must have superb course stability, getting their blades in right out where they reach and shifting their sculling boats past the locked up blades. There's some really strong technique going on in these tricky conditions. As they come up to about the last 300 metres, it is still Laura Ward of Headington School who's leading, but Anya Knight of Nottingham and Union has pushed on. She's in second position and really only about a foot behind Laura Ward of Headington School. Larissa Heinlein of Tideway Scullers is now in third, but there's no more than a length covering all three of these scullers. They're into the red buoys now at 250 metres to go. This is almost anybody's race, but at the moment it's actually Anya Knight of Nottingham and Union who's moved into about a canvas lead, really confident. She is in the most sheltered lane in lane 2, having won the time trial earlier this morning. And perhaps she's now really getting the advantage in this last part of the course of where it is a tiny bit more sheltered. She's earned it and she's using it to the utmost. She's now squeezed out about a 3/4 of a length lead over Laura Ward of Headington School, with the early leader Larissa Heinlein of Tideway Scullers in third place. These three are well ahead of the other three scullers in the field, and barring any issues, they've really got it sewn up for who's going to take the medals here. Yeah, really, really beautiful sculling and excellent tactics from Anya Knight of Nottingham and Union, who comes up to the line with just about a length's lead over Laura Ward of Headington School, followed by Larissa Heinlein of Tideway Scullers. Really impressive sculling from these women's J16s here. And in fourth place, it's going to be very tight, but I think Peterborough City just gets it from Peterborough City's Jasmine Cheshire just gets it from Maya Weller of American School, with Katharina Webber of Royal Shrewsbury School in sixth position. Next on the course, and in fact past the 1,000-metre marker, we have the A final of the Open J15 single sculls. In lane 2, Henry Crisp of Bedford Rowing Club. In lane 3, Diego Ramos of South African Schools. In lane 4, George Brees of Trentham. In lane 5, Cormac Malone of Dart Totnes. In lane 6, Rudy Allen of Wallingford Rowing Club. And in lane 7, Jasper Caulfield, also of Wallingford Rowing Club. And at the last timing point, which was 1,500 metres, the Bedford sculler, who is in lane 2 and won the time trial, is in the lead. He's got a lead of over 6 seconds, actually, from the South African sculler, Diego Ramos, followed by Trentham. And those three are fairly well spread out across the whole course. This race, in fact, is pretty much going with the time trial result and the echelon. Henry Crisp of Bedford Rowing Club sculling very nicely. I think he won a silver or possibly a bronze medal at the British Championships last summer, and has continued obviously to develop as a sculler. Just a really nice piece of sculling here. He's earned his place in the flatter water and is very much making the most of it in the last 100 metres or so of this race. Henry Crisp of Bedford Rowing Club leading home Diego Ramos of South African Schools, who is being pushed quite hard by George Brees of Trentham Rowing Club, but I think the South African sculler is going to manage to stay ahead as they come up to the line. But it is Henry Crisp of Bedford Rowing Club who has finished the race first, followed by Diego Ramos of South African Schools, and then George Brees of Trentham, less than a length behind. And then there's a pretty cracking race for places 4, 5 and 6 in this A final of the Open J15 singles. And the crew that comes across first is Cormac Malone of Dart Totnes, followed by Jasper Caulfield of Wallingford and Rudy Allen, also of Wallingford.
So on the course now, we have the B final of the women's J15 single sculls. In lane 2, Maidenhead Rowing Club, Sophia Todd. In lane 3, Trafford Rowing Club, Ellen Drive. In lane 4, Marlow Rowing Club, Ella Morgan. In lane 5, Hereford Rowing Club, Hereford, Annie Walker. In lane 6, Guildford Rowing Club B. And in lane 7, Guildford Rowing Club A, Felicity Turner. And in this B final, Ella Morgan from Marlow Rowing Club unfortunately had a bit of a blip at the start, so is not racing. So at the 500 metre mark, the Maidenhead sculler Sophia Todd has got a 4-second lead over Ellen Drive of Trafford, with Hereford's Annie Walker in 3rd place, Charlotte Allen of Guildford in 4th, and Felicity Turner of Guildford in 5th. And going through the 1,000 metre mark, Maidenhead sculler Sophia Todd is still in the lead, probably 2 lengths over Ellen Drive of Trafford. And in 3rd place, Hereford's Annie Walker. And in 4th place, we have the Guildford Rowing Club A stunner Felicity Turner, and 5th, Charlotte Allen, also of Guildford. So the 1,000 metre mark, Sophia Todd had around about a 6-second lead over Ellen Drive of Trafford. A further 4 seconds behind was the sculler from Hereford, Ella Morgan. The 2 Guildford scullers are around about 28 seconds behind, so a fair distance between the first 3 and positions 4 and 5. the Maidenhead sculler going after my own heart, not getting over 26. Sophia Todd is keeping it nice and controlled, which maybe is a good thing in these conditions. Certainly as we get towards the last half of the course, she's got the better conditions. She has a 6-second lead. She can respond to Ellen Drive in lane 3 from Trafford. Keeping it controlled, making sure that she's getting the power down, able to respond, hopefully, if she sees an attack from Ellen Drive for Trafford. So Sophia Todd continues to scull nicely. The Maidenhead sculler has probably extended her lead over Ellen Drive of Trafford, who in turn has extended her lead over Annie Walker of Hereford. It looks like these will be the first 3 scullers home in the B final of the women's J15 singles. As we go through the 1500 metre mark, Sophia Todd of Maidenhead is continuing to lead Ellen Drive of Trafford, who by around about 6 seconds, who in turn has around about an 8-second lead over the Hereford sculler Annie Walker. The 2 Guildford scullers are some way back, but the A sculler Felicity Turner now has a fairly comfortable lead over her compatriot Charlotte Allen. So Sophia Todd of Maidenhead is now just up to rating a little bit to 28. Ellen Drive of Trafford is at 31, so putting in a push to try and close this gap on Sophia. And I'm sure she's keeping an eye out on her. Let's hope she's got a little bit in the tank to push now, as they both come into slightly calmer water here in the last 250 metres in the Red Boys. But Sophia is just continuing to maintain her lead, but Ellen Drive isn't going to let it go of Trafford. She's putting in a really big push to try and close that 6-second gap. And in a single, those distances can go eaten up pretty quickly. But looks like Sophia's just picked it up a bit now, just to make sure that things don't get too close in the last 20 or so strokes. Sophia just has a little look over her shoulder to see where the finish line is. But whilst Ellen Drive is closing the gap, I think she's going to run out of water to be able to do it. And Sophia Todd, who's led this race from the start, looked pretty comfortable sculling most of the course at 26, 27 strokes a minute, is now going to cross the finish line around about a length and a half, 2 lengths ahead of Ellen Drive of Trafford Rowing Club. With the sculler from Hereford, Annie Walker, coming in several lengths behind in 3rd place, with the Guildford Rowing Club A sculler Felicity Turner in 4th, and behind her, probably about another 20 or so metres, Charlotte Allen from Guildford Rowing Club.
Let's go, Charlie.
Race number 45 B. Final B, women's J15 coxed quads. There will be a quick start with no roll call.
And a good way down the course now, we have the A final of the women's J15 single sculls. In lane 2 from Buell Bridge Rowing Club, Mia Prince. In lane 3, City of Cambridge, Lily Margot. In lane 4, Nottingham Union, Elise Stevens. In lane 5 from Hinksey Sculling School C, Millie Armstead. In lane 6, Hinksey Sculling School B, Delilah Hampton. And in lane 7, Darton Totnes, Greta Wollaston. And as we come down towards the last 300 metres or so, Buell Bridge are in the lead from City of Cambridge. It's probably only a foot, and behind that, Elise Stevens of Nottingham and Union. But it looks like we're in for a really good race. Just 0.2 of a second at the 1500 metre mark between Mia Prince of Buell Bridge and Lily Margot of the City of Cambridge. But there's a big push coming in here from Lily Margot as we come into the red boys now. We're in for a fantastic finish for this J15 women's singles sculls. Both girls maintaining their push, and it's still probably only half a canvas between the pair of them. They're pulling away from the rest of the field now, and Nottingham Union's Elise Stevens is going to have to really watch out for Millie Armstead from Hinksley, who's coming up there challenging her for the bronze medal. But the rail race at this is for the first and second position, the gold and silver. It looks like Mia Prince has just about held off the push from Lily Margot, but she's not giving up. Both of them pushing the rating up now, really driving. 35-36 from both scullers, and really driving through. And this is going to be a fantastic finish. What a great race from these young scullers. Both of them maintaining their technique, keeping it clean. And it looks like Lily Margot may just about have managed to squeeze it through in the last 3 strokes. She really didn't give that up. And as we come to the finish, she's pushed it through by about half a length. What a great scull from Lily Margot of City of Cambridge Rowing Club. Mia Prince led for most of that race, probably only didn't lead for the last 10 metres, but still a fantastic silver medal for her. And as we come in to the finish, Nottingham and Union's Elise Stevens did hold off the Hinksey sculler, Millie Armstead, for third, with the other Hinksey sculler, Delilah Hampton, coming in fifth. And just coming in through now, in sixth place, Darton Totnes sculler Greta Wollaston. What an amazing race from these young women, actually continuing to keep their technique in pretty windy conditions out there. It's a fantastic scull. Well done, girls. The race on the course now is the D final of the women's J15 coxed quads. In lane 2, we have Trentham Boat Club A. In lane 3, Weybridge Rowing Club A. In lane 4, Clares Court School. In lane 5, Sir William Perkins School B. In lane 6, Marlow Rowing Club C. And in lane 7, Wallingford Rowing Club A. As we come through the 500, Trentham are in first place. Clares Court in second, 0.9 of a second behind. Weybridge A in third. Wallingford in fourth. Marlow Rowing Club in fifth. And Sir William Perkins in sixth. But certainly for the first 3, not much in it. Just over a second between the first 3 quads as we come down the course. Looks like Weybridge having slight steering challenges, getting a little bit close to the boys for my liking. Looks like they've corrected themselves now, getting themselves back in the middle of the lane. Looks to me as we've gone through the 1,000 metre marks that Weybridge have put a bit of a push in and now lead with Trentham at 0.8 of a second behind them, with Clares Court School in third. Like a fair number of the races this afternoon, the first three and the 4 to 6 positions have kind of gone into two separate races. So at the 1,000 metres, Weybridge just 0.8 of a second ahead of Trentham, who have Clares Court a little bit behind them. But it's a good race between these first three quads. And as we know, big push in the second half of the course can make a difference. So let's just see as we come through. Weybridge are continuing to maintain their lead as we come through to the 1,500 metre mark. Doesn't look like to me there's much difference between Clares Court and Trentham. As we get into visibility of the drone, for those of you watching on YouTube, Weybridge continuing to lead. There's not a lot in it between Trentham and Clares Court in lane 2 and lane 4. In the racing positions in 4, 5 and 6, it looks to me like Wallingford now are running 4th, with Sir William Perkins in 5th and Marlow in 6th. So as we come down towards the last part of this race, Weybridge Rowing Clubs, stroked by Bella May Keatsman, continuing to scull nice and long, keeping it there. Remember, this is the D final, so these girls didn't make the C, D, B or A final, but still looking very, very tidy, maintaining their length as they come through to the last 250 metres, just approaching the red boys. Weybridge just maintaining around about a length lead over Clares Court School in second, who've just pushed out a little bit over Trentham in lane 2, maybe half a length, quarter of a length to half a length. Angles can be deceiving from where we're looking at here in the control tower. So Weybridge continuing to lead now as we come into the last 150 metres. Just keeping it long and strong, not really pushing it, maybe just taking the rating up now as Clares Court put in a push to see if they can improve on that second place in this D final. Trentham not out of it, but Clares Court now probably have got a good half a length lead over them as we come into the last 10 or so strokes of this D final of the women's J15 coxed quads. Actually, Clares Court pushing very hard on Weybridge, but they're going to run out of water to be able to catch them up. As we come to the line, Weybridge with around about 3/4 of a length lead over Clares Court, followed in third by Trentham. Then back over on this side, Wallingford Rowing Club coming in fourth, with Sir William Perkins just about maintaining their lead over Marlow in fifth, and Marlow coming in sixth. Obviously, that's calling it as I see it. We have to wait for the official results from the umpire.
At the 1,000 metre mark now, race 46, which is women's junior quads, coxed quads. In lane 2, Grange School, lane 3, Peterborough City, lane 4, Grange School B, lane 5, Walbrook lane 6 Marlow, and in lane 7 Walton Rowing Club. At the moment, Grange School A appears to have a very slight lead over Peterborough, with Grange School B following on, and Walbrook and Walton. I'm just picking up the drone footage now, and Grange School A maintain their lead over Peterborough by a very small margin, and those two crews have a decent distance on Grange School B and Walbrook and Walton.
I think Marlow B are dropping off the pace now.
Yeah. Okay. A really good race is now developing between Grange School A and Peterborough, with the rest of the field slightly more strung out behind them. Peterborough have now taken a slight lead over Grange School A, who continue to lead Grange School B by 3 lengths or so, then followed by Walbrook, Walton and Marlow B. Grange School A are now responding to the push by Peterborough and appear to have taken a very slight lead, maybe a foot or so. Really good race developing between these two crews. Coming up to the 500 metre mark, Peterborough have now taken a lead again. So this is nip and tuck all the way from these two crews. Fantastic race between the two of them. Peterborough, however, appear to be making a bit more of an advantage of this. They're maybe out to third of a length now. Peterborough now pushing on very strongly into the red boys and hoping to make an advantage, or maybe to get a length advantage over Grange School A. Coming up towards the finish, it's still Peterborough, who's sculling very strongly over what appears to be a tiring Grange School A, and are starting to push out their distance to a length and a half. Peterborough first over the line, followed by Grange School A about a length behind, and then following them, Grange School B some distance behind. The next race, number 47, which is Women's Junior 15 coxed quads, is on the course and has just started with in lane 2 Kingston Rowing Club, in lane 3 King's Worcester A, lane 4 Sir William Borlase School, number 5 in lane 5 Great Marlow School, number 6 Tideway Scullers, and in lane 7 Sir William Perkins School A. After 500 metres, Kingston Rowing Club A is slightly ahead of King's School Worcester. In third place is Sir William Perkins, fourth place Sir William Borlase, Great Marlow School, and finally Tideway Sculler School. Coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, Kingston Rowing Club are still ahead, sculling very strongly at a slightly lower rate than most of the other crews. At the 1,000 metre mark, the race is developing very well. With you could throw a blanket over the first 6 crews, with only Tideway Scullers slightly behind the other crews. At the 1,000 metre mark, Kingston were a length ahead of King's School Worcester, who again were about half a length above in front of Sir William Perkins, and the other 2 crews, Sir William Borlase and Greater Marlow School, a similar distance behind them. Tideway Sculler School a little bit further behind. All crews virtually in a line now. It's anybody's race, with only Tideway Scullers a little bit behind, but they still have time to catch up if they put a big spurt in now. Kingston Rowing Club now emerging from the pack and ahead of King's School Worcester. Sir William Perkins coming up strongly on the far bank in lane 7, and moving up to challenge King's School Worcester and potentially Kingston themselves. Big push coming in now from King's School Worcester, who is starting to make grounds on Kingston. Kingston now only about half a length ahead of King's School Worcester. King's School Worcester have successfully contained the push from St William Perkins, and Sir William Borlase and Greater Marlow School now slightly behind in 4th and 5th positions. Tideway Scullers are still a little bit behind the rest of the pack. big race now on for third place, with Sir William Perkins School still holding on, but William Borlase and Greater Marlow School are challenging strongly for third position. King's School Worcester still pushing hard against Kingston as they come into the Red Boys. Still anybody's race if King's School Worcester really put a push in now. So William Perkins appear to be getting the better of the race for third, with Greater Marlow School just ahead of Sir William Borlase for fourth and fifth. Kingston now really squeezing on to maintain their dominance over King's School Worcester. Coming up to the finish line, really close, with King's School Worcester really pushing on now to try and make the best of the last few metres. But I think they're probably going to run out of water as Kingston cross the line first. King's School Worcester, close race for third, just perhaps with Sir William Perkins ahead of it.
The next race on the course is the final A of the women's J15 coxed quads, between in lane 2 Rob Roy, in lane 3 Marlow Rowing Club A crew, in lane 4 Headington Schools A crew, in lane 5 Maidenhead Rowing Club's A crew, in lane 6 Henley Rowing Club, and in lane 7 Yarm School. The crews have left the start, and after their start phase have started into their race pace, and as they go through 500 it looks like Rob Roy have a lead over Marlow, who have a lead over Headington School, not a lot in it. Then it's Henley, Maidenhead and Yarm. They're all boats overlapping at the moment as we go through that 500 metre mark, but Rob Roy have the advantage. And as we look back up the course, it's still the crew from Rob Roy holding on to their lead, but the Marlow crew are overlapping. And as they start to push on, it's Marlow now just down by half a length, maybe less than that. Can the Rob Roy crew just hold them off? But there's a long way to go in this race at the moment. So as we go through the 1K, it looks like Marlow might have taken the advantage. But as they push through Rob Roy, they've taken Headington School with them as well. So there's 3 boats overlapping for those 3 medal places at the moment, but they're not out of it. Maidenhead, Henley and Yarm. There's still a lot of racing to do, and a lot of boats are overlapping. All crews can see each other slightly. The coxes are urging them on, telling them the difference between the crews, getting them back in their rhythm again. And the only crew that's slightly off the pace at the moment is Yarm School. So Marlow, Rob Roy, Headington A, all overlapping. Henley then just about a length behind them. Maidenhead A, and then Yarm. And as I start to look at the drone shot, looking back up the lake, come out and support these crews. They're all overlapping at the moment. They need your support. Marlow just lead Rob Roy, who just lead Headington School. Then we've got Maidenhead. Then we've got, on the far side, Henley as well, and Yarm School. So very close racing indeed. Look at this. There's nothing between Rob Roy and Marlow as well. Rob Roy have gone back. They've held off that push from Marlow, who took the lead. But now Rob Roy are now starting to go back and take the lead from Marlow again. Again, Headington A just starting to close down on Marlow. So Headington in third place, but only just. Henley Rowing Club now going with Headington. Henley in lane 6. Just starting to push through now. So now they're overlapping with Headington. They're looking for that bronze medal. Can Headington or Henley take that bronze? Out in the gold medal position, Rob Roy, Marlow, just a few feet between them. It's a very good race indeed. They are level, Rob Roy and Marlow, for that gold medal. Marlow now just take that advantage again as they approach the 250-metre mark. They're coming into that red zone. They know where the race is now. They're just starting to wind their races. Their coach knows, tells them what to do. When you get to that red zone, you start to push. You push it up. 1 pip every 10 strokes. Let's see if we can make everyone hurt. And as they do so, Rob Roy take the lead again from Marlow. But Marlow's starting to respond again. Headington push a bit harder and now have got the third place from Henley by half a length. And as we come into that red zone, it's still a nip and tuck for that gold medal. Rob Roy on the far side, Marlow this side, Headington in bronze at the moment, Henley trying to push through to get that medal as well. Then come Maidenhead and then come Yarm. But as we go towards the line now, who will get that gold medal? Rob Roy the far side. And then you've got Marlow beside them. And as they both push for the line, their rates go up. They go up. The coxes urge them on. Still Rob Roy hold on. Just a few feet. Headington hold on to the bronze medal from Henley. Henley really spurting as well. Now who's going to go to the line first? Rob Roy on the far side. Marlow this side. Rob Roy now taking advantage of a few feet, maybe a canvas as they go towards the line. Headington now go for the bronze. Henley are lifting. Maidenhead also pushing through Henley at the moment. And as we go towards the line, Rob Roy hold on to Marlow's push with them going across the line now. And it looks like Headington have got third place, Henley fourth, Marlow and Maidenhead fifth. Coming into the line now, it's Yarm.
So after those C, B and A finals of the women's J15 quads, we're now on to A finals only, owing to the sad cancellation of other B and C finals. So hopefully this means we can get the regatta back onto schedule fairly soon. And what we've got into the second half of the course now is the A final, the medal final of the Open J15 doubles. In lane 2, we've got Brentford A. In lane 3, Globe. In lane 4, South African Schools. In lane 5 and 6, 2 Buell Bridge Crews. And in lane 7, Peterborough City. And going through 1,500 metres, South Africa have got a lead of over 3 seconds over Globe, followed by Brentford, and then the 2 Buell Bridge Crews, the B crew first, then the A crew, and then Peterborough. And as with so many other races today, really quite strangely, there's no logic to it. This is a race of two halves. We've got 3 crews way out in front of the other 3 crews. And looking at the drone shot, the South African crew have got a lead of at least a length and a half now. And then in second place, it's the Brentford crew, followed by the Globe crew. The Globe are about 3/4 of a length down on Brentford, but a really strong piece of sculling here from this Open J15 double from South Africa, stroked by Matthew Kaus. Brentford just had a tiny little bit of a crab there, but they maintain their lead of about 3/4 of a length over Globe as we come into the last 100 metres of this medal final of the Open J15 doubles. Really, really strong sculling from South African schools out in front. They're both tall scullers, rowing very powerfully. Got a relationship here with Eton College. They're using some of their boats and blades, and they're just powering over the line, followed by a real fight still between Brentford and Globe right all the way, and it's less than half a canvas, but I think Brentford got that one ahead of Globe. And then the following three crews, we've got Bridge leading them in. Again, all three crews are overlapped, a very close race between these, and it looks like Peterborough City Rowing Club are going to be fifth, so Bridge B fourth, Peterborough City fifth, and Bridge A are sixth. Very, very close behind their club mates. An excellent race there. So that was the Open J15 doubles final, A final, and now we've got the Women's J15 doubles A final. In lane 2, City of Bristol. In lane 3, Barn Elms. In lane 4, Maidenhead. In lane 5, Trafford. In lane 6, Brentford. And in lane 7, Hereford Cathedral School. And we think from what we can see so far that City of Bristol, true to the time trial form, have taken an early lead. We can see from some of our material they're just coming up to the 750 metres gone. 750 to go. Yeah, they're quite a long way up the course, aren't they? So sorry. Over halfway. City of Bristol look like they've got, a fair amount of clear water over Barn Elms. City of Bristol have got a lead of 4.3 seconds. And then Maidenhead in third place. So those three crews going with the results of the time trial in the echelon draw system. So they're in lanes 2, 3 and 4. They should have the best conditions, but actually the conditions have calmed down quite a lot at the moment. Trafford, who are in lane 5, have actually now moved up into third place as they went through the halfway point, with Maidenhead now in fourth place, Brentford in 5th and Hereford Cathedral in 6th. So just the two crews in the middle of the field have switched over relative to their time trial places. We've now got the drone footage kicking in for those of you who are here in person, and we can see from that just quite how far City of Bristol, stroked by Tara O'Reilly, are ahead. 4 or 5 lengths of clear water, just super sculling from this double. And then in second place there's Trafford, but still very close to them, Barn Elms. Those two crews are probably still overlapped, and then there's clear water back to Maidenhead, who are in third place, and then Brentford are 5th. Maidenhead are in fourth place, Brentford are 5th, and Hereford Cathedral School 6th. So City of Bristol are not sitting looking comfortable. They're staying up there at a race pace and just extending their lead all the time. Beautiful sculling from City of Bristol. Just sculling really long, getting right out there, making the most of the really quite good water where they've now got over there in lane 2. It was a little bit rougher further down the course, but certainly in this last 250 metres, it's completely fine for bigger boat sculling, and they're just continuing to squeeze away from the rest of the field. They're winning this race because they're just basically faster than everybody else. It's not one of those races where you've got to call your pushes right and do your tactics. This is one where this crew is just faster than the other ones. Back behind them, Trafford are continuing to lead Barn Elms for second position for the silver medal. And then Maidenhead are in fourth position. City of Bristol just looking very much in control of this race, which is exactly what they are. Crossing the line now with Trafford also looking fairly comfortable, but they've certainly raised their rate to make sure that they can secure the silver medal. And they're followed by Barn Elms, who finish third, ahead of Maidenhead. Barn Elms have got about half a length of Clearwater ahead of Maidenhead. Then we've got Brentford just coming up to the line now, and they will soon be followed by Hereford Cathedral School. But congratulations there to City of Bristol for a really dominant performance in that race.
How much was it? Till first.
And we're getting a white flag from the umpire for that one. So well done to City of Bristol, Trafford and Barn Elms. The sun coming out now, we really are having a British summer of every possible weather condition.
Race 55L, women's J.
On the course now, we've got the A final of Open J15 double sculls, the youngest competitors we have here today. In lane 2, Wallingford A. In lane 3, Yarm. In lane 4, Maidenhead Rowing Club. In 5, Trafford Rowing Club. In lane 6, Wallingford Rowing Club B. And in lane 7, RGS High Wycombe. So at both the 500 and 1,000 metre markers, Maidenhead were in first position. The Wallingford B crew has been having some steering difficulties, and that has led to them being quite far down in the race. And as we start to get footage from the drone, we can see that the Maidenhead crew are just in the lead over Trafford, who are in lane 5. Maidenhead are quite close to the edge of their lane. All these crews are getting blown across from time to time. There are gusts and then it becomes a straighter wind. They've now moved back into the middle of their lane, looking at the overhead shots, which are just extraordinary. If you're here in person, I do recommend that you go onto YouTube later when you get home to watch your favourite crews, the people you're supporting in their races, because you just get an amazing perspective. But this Maidenhead crew, who's rating really quite high, they're, you know, absolutely going for it. You can't fault their enthusiasm. Yeah, you can occasionally fault their steering, as my co-commentator is saying. And there's some, I think they may be going a little bit deep because you can see quite a lot of water washing off their blades at the finish. But they're doing all of these things very, very powerfully with great enthusiasm. Looks like their fitness is very good because they're rating quite high. And they've now got a lead of clear water over the 2 crews that are behind them. Trafford is in 2nd position and Wallingford is in 3rd position. So we're clocking the Maidenhead crew at a rating of 34 here. It looks like it's quite hard work. Trafford are trying to come back on them. Trafford have almost got overlap. I think they have got overlap with them. Trafford are looking a little bit neater, although there's still quite a lot of washing around going on at the finish. And Trafford are also having to rate quite high. So this is possibly going to come down to a test of who is fittest here. Maidenhead are, however, though, hanging on to their length lead ahead of Trafford. So Trafford put in a courageous push, but it wasn't enough to get them level with Maidenhead. And Maidenhead have contained that and are continuing to do their thing, getting hold of a lot of water, shoving the boat past it. Maidenhead's bow person looking across at the Trafford crew, but he can still see them behind him. Trafford are putting another push in. Both of these crews have now pulled ahead of Wallingford, who are in 3rd position. And once again, this is completely a race of 2 halves. These 3 crews racing for the medals, well ahead of the 3 crews who are in 4th and 5th position. And in fact, the one in 6th, I think, has stopped racing. Maidenhead had a tiny crab, but here come Trafford. They are pushing really, really hard. It's down to less than a canvas now. It's all about who gets to the line, who can stay ahead before they run out of water. Maidenhead have been so courageous the whole way, but Trafford are moving faster over the line. So we will leave that to the judges to separate them. Wallingford are most definitely in 3rd position there. But an extraordinary charge back by Trafford Rowing Club. Incredibly courageous of Maidenhead to hang on to that high rating for so long. They really, really worked hard for it. But possibly Trafford just managed to catch them with slightly tidier technique relative to Maidenhead's superior power. What we've got here is RGS High Wycombe crossing the line, and then Yarm School will be coming up in lane 3 in 5th position. Wallingford B, who were racing earlier in the race, have stopped racing and are now just proceeding up the course in lane 1. Right, the race has been red flagged by the umpire. I'm not quite sure why, so we will find out more about that in due course. And just the official verdict of that final A of the Open J14 doubles is that it was a dead heat between Trafford and Maidenhead. Well done, both crews. Now on the course, somewhere between 500 metres and 1,000 metres, we've got the A final of the women's J14 doubles. First two places are going as per the time trial, with Barn Elms in the lead ahead of City of Bristol. And they've got a reasonable lead of over 6 seconds ahead of City of Bristol. In third place, we've got Thames Scullers, who've got ahead of Trentham Boat Club, so that's reversing their 2 positions from the time trial. And then the last 2 positions have also reversed how they came in the time trial, with Walton in 5th position and Yarm School in 6th. But that was only at 500 metres. At 1,000 metres, Barn Elms continue to lead, and they've really extended their lead now a long way to over 13 seconds, and they're followed by Trentham. But Trentham are very close to Thames Scullers, so Trentham have just snuck ahead again, but there's only half a second between those two, so that's going to be a real tussle for bronze as we come into the second half of the course. Just looking at the drone shot, and it's really quite extraordinary because we can see the green and white kit and blade colours of Barn Elms right out in front. It just looks like lengths and lengths and lengths here. Again, a super piece of sculling from this women's J14 double, the youngest competitors that we've got here. Really good work by Barn Elms. And they're being followed by City of Bristol, who have also got several lengths of clear water over Trentham, and then Thames Scullers, who are pretty much side by side. Barn Elms just following a fairly conservative rating strategy, which is exactly what you'd want to do when you've got that much lead. You keep it powerful, but there's no point in doing anything risky like rating high, where you might be more likely to steer into a buoy or catch a wave and then get into some kind of trouble. They just need to keep doing exactly what they're doing at the moment, and they are in no danger whatsoever. Barn Elms crew just coming slightly towards the buoys, but you can see that they're, I think, just straightening out and adjusting back. Walton have had a little bit of steering difficulty clipping one of their buoys, which has caused them to veer across their lane, but that's back in the last 2 places. And what we're looking at the moment is the green tops of these 2 young women from Barn Elms, just very much in control of what they're doing, looking nice and calm, rowing nice and long, making the most of the increasingly nice water in the last 250 metres of the race over there in lane 2. They've earned the right to be in that from how they did in the time trial earlier this morning. And you can see how they managed to do that. These are very competent young scullers from Barn Elms Rowing Club. Barn Elms crew just coming up to the line now, very much in control of what's going on here. And they have finished, and they're going to be followed by the crew from City of Bristol, stroked by Ariella Hopkins. And they're also very much in control of what they're doing. The crew in third now is Trentham, so it's going with the lane echelon, the lane order determined by the time trial. And Trentham have had a couple of issues, but if they just need to carry on doing what they're doing, and they will, in a few strokes, be crossing the line ahead of Thames Scullers, stroked by Holly Mordecai, who are just over a length of clear water further down, but also looking extremely competent in what they're doing. In fifth position, we've got Walton Rowing Club, stroked by Alice Hornsey. And then behind them, Yarm School, stroked by Ellen Athy. The umpire just stopping their launch to make sure they follow Yarm School up towards the finish line.
This is race 58 O, Open J15 quads, A final. There will be a quick start and no roll call.
Yarm School just crossing the line now.
And the next race we have on the course is the A final of the Open J18 quads. In lane 2, Lee Rowing Club A. In lane 3, Hartbury University and College. In lane 4, Grange School A. In lane 5, Marlow Rowing Club A. In lane 6, Great Marlow School A. And in lane 7, Hinksey Sculling School. So as we go through the 500 metre mark, we have, unfortunately I can only see on the timing, we have Lee Rowing Club in first place, 0.9 of a second behind them. We have Hinkley Sculling School A out in lane 7. That's the first this afternoon. In third place, Gloucester Hartbury. In fourth, Grange School A. In fifth, Great Marlow School. And in sixth, Marlow Rowing Club. But it's pretty close. There's only 2.9 seconds, so under 3 seconds, which is around about a length in the quad between all of the between all of the crews. Coming through to the 1,000 mark, looks like Lee are just maintaining their lead over Hinksley Sculling School. But it's not a big one, so I think this is going to be a fantastic race as we come into the second 1,000 metres. So indeed, I was right at the 1,000 metres. Lee were in the lead from Hinckley by 0.9 of a second. Hartbury in third, 2.4 seconds behind. Grange in third, Marlow in fourth, and Great Marlow School in last place. So as we just pick up the crews on the drone shot, we still have Lee Rowing Club in first place. Quite hard to see because actually unusually we've got lane 7 in contention here, which is Hinckley Sculling School, putting in a fantastic performance. They would have been the slowest in the time trials, but maybe they kept a little bit in reserve and have just pulled it out of the bag in the final. Maybe the coach had a word with them, but certainly Lee continuing to lead. Looks like Hinckley is still in second with Hartbury in third. Again, we seem to have 3 crews in contention for the gold, silver and bronze, but the crews in 4th, 5th and 6th are not out of it. Looks at the moment like Grange is still maintaining 4th, but it's pretty close between them and Great Marlow School and Marlow Rowing Club. In fact, at 1,500, we have Lee in first place, 1.8 seconds behind Hinckley. In third, Hartbury. In 4th, Grange. In 5th, Great Marlow School. In 6th, Marlow Rowing Club. As we come into the red, just approaching the red boys, Lee continuing to lead Hinckley probably by around about half a length, and Hartbury around about a length behind lead. So there's not a lot in this race now. Certainly gold, silver and bronze are still up for grabs. Lee doing a great job keeping it long in the favoured lane in lane 2. Putting in a big push now, but there's a big push now coming from Hartbury. They can see and they have the advantage that Hinckley don't have of being able to see where Lee are. And they're putting in a really big push to try and catch up. Lee are maintaining that lead of around about a length. Hinckley are not out of this though. They're continuing to push out here in lane 7 as we come into the last 10 to 15 strokes. Lee continuing to lead by around about a length over Hartbury, who look like they have pushed away a bit from Hinckley. Hartbury managed to get around about half a length overlap on Lee. Hinckley coming around in third. Grange in 4th. Great Marlow School in 5th and Marlow in 6th. A fantastic race there. Lee just about holding on, I'd say around about half a length on the finish line. Really good performance from the 3 leading crews there. And next on the course, we have the final of the women's J18 quads. In lane 2, Wycliffe College A. In lane 3, Henley Rowing Club A. In lane 4, Marlow Rowing Club A. In lane 5, Marlow Rowing Club B. In lane 6, Trentham Boat Club A. And in lane 7, Grange School A. At the 500 metre mark, Wycliffe were in the lead with Marlow A second, Henley A third, Marlow B fourth, Trentham fifth and Grange School sixth. 0.8 of a second between Wycliffe and Marlow A, and Henley A are only 1.6 seconds down on Wycliffe as well. So this race could be a good one as we settle into the middle part of the course. And going through the 1,000 metre mark, Wycliffe A are leading, Henley A now in second place, Marlow A third, Marlow B fourth, Trentham in fifth, and Grange A a little bit further back in sixth place. So certainly for the first three places here between Wycliffe, Henley A and Marlow A, there's a lot to be fought for in the second half of this race. Certainly, looking at the fantastic drone shot, the crews now are absolutely in the order in which they finished the time trial, with Wycliffe's leading over Henley with a very slight lead over Marlow for the first three places. A little bit of a gap there between Marlow A and B for third and fourth, which I guess that's exactly what we'd expect. Marlow A putting in a bit of a push on Henley, though, to see if they can get back at them for that silver place. But certainly Trentham Wycliffe College are sculling really nicely, keeping it long as they approach the last 500 metres, still with just over a length over Henley Rowing Club A, who are in a real battle with Marlow A for that silver and bronze medal position. So as we head into the final part of this race, Wycliffe College A, who did win the scullery head here earlier this year, are still in a lead of around about 3 seconds over Henley A, who have around about 1.5 seconds over Marlow A, who are leading their compatriots Marlow B by a fairly comfortable distance now, with Trentham in 5th and Grange School A getting dropped off the back a little bit in 6th. As we come through to the part of this race that really counts, Wycliffe just took their rating up as they crossed over the 250 to go. They're in the red boys now, looking neat and tidy, maintaining their lead over Henley, who are still got a bit of an overlap there with Marlow Rowing Club A in third place. But certainly this Wycliffe crew have demonstrated some fantastic sculling technique as they come now into the last 10-15 strokes, keeping it long and strong, not really having to push the rating up too high, getting pushed a bit by Henley as they come through towards the finish now, but maintaining around about a length lead over Henley, who have maybe just about a length lead over Marlow A. A really good race, controlled race by the Wycliffe crew, and round in Fourth place now is Marlow B, with Trentham B having a bit of a battle with Grange, who are pushing them now to see if they can get out of that sixth place. But I think Trentham are going to hold on for fifth, with Grange School A coming in sixth place.
Yeah, girls.
Here is an announcement. We are pleased to let you know that we are going to run the A finals of the Open and Women's J14 octuple sculls. I repeat, we will be running the A finals of the J14 octuple sculls. However, please note that each crew will have one opportunity to get attached, and if they become detached, they will be unable to race. Thank you.
lane 2. race 63B, A final, and the women's J14 coxed quads. This will be a quick start, there will be no roll call.
On the start now, race 63, which is women's J14 coxed quads. In lane 2 is Walbrook A, lane 3 Putney High School A, lane 4 Trentham A, lane 5 Sir William Perkins School A, lane 6 Headington School A, lane 7 Guildford Rowing Club A.
Four crews. Attention.
And the race is away cleanly from the start. At the 500 metre mark, an early showing by Walbrook, who are 6 seconds ahead of Putney High School. Trentham 8 seconds behind. Another 2 seconds behind them are Sir William Perkins, Headington and Guildford. Walbrook still sculling very strongly, coming up to the 1,000 metre mark and starting to push well ahead of the rest of the field. coming up to 1,000 metres, just crossing the 1,000 metre mark there, Walbrook are significantly ahead of the rest of the field, with Putney High School lying in second, Trentham in third, and then a bit of a gap to the rest of the field. So William Perkins and Headington battling it out for fourth and fifth. A couple of good battles here between Putney High School and Trentham for second and third, and between Sir William Perkins and Headington School for fourth and fifth. Walbrook remain out in front. Walbrook are continuing to show their dominance over this field, with the race for second and third now currently being won by Putney High School, while the race for fourth and fifth has Sir William Perkins ahead. At the 1,500 metre mark, Walbrook have an 11-second lead over Putney High School, who are a couple of seconds ahead of Trentham. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's I said Putney. At 1,500 metres, Walbrook are still in the lead. 11 seconds behind are Putney High School, and then Trentham are a couple of seconds behind them. And then in the base for fourth and fifth, Headington currently ahead of Sir William Perkins. Walbrook currently leveraging off their win at the Scullery Head of the River race, and well ahead of the field now, very comfortably in first position at the moment. Into the red boys, Walbrook are about 100 metres off the finish line. Very classy sculling here from Walbrook, with Putney High School pushing in to the finish and Trentham lying third. Headington School now pushing into the finish, with Sir William Perkins pushing on and hoping to reduce their lead a little. Followed finally by Guildford. The race currently on the course is race 65, which is open J15 doubles. Windsor Boys School well ahead of the field here. And you could basically throw a blanket over the rest of the field. Yeah. At the 1,000 metres, Windsor Boys School A well ahead of the field, with Oundle lying second and Windsor Boys School B are lying third. Fourth is RGS High Wycombe, who are challenging very strongly for fourth place. Don't do that to me. Windsor Boys School A into the Red Boys, considerably ahead of the rest of the field, with Windsor Boys B now lying in second, Oundle School third, RGS High Wycombe third. Sir William Borlase and Marlow Rowing Club challenging for fifth and sixth. Windsor Boys A, absolutely magnificent exhibition of terrific sculling. So we now have a strong race for the silver between Windsor Boys B, Oundle School and RGS High Wycombe. Windsor Boys School B appear to be well ahead of the other two crews, but the other two crews are coming back strongly and challenging. The bronze medal race, a really close one. It appeared to me that RGS High Wycombe just shaded Oundle School for the third medal.
The next race getting attached to the pontoons is the final A of the Open J15 double sculls. In this race, there's Walton Rowing Club in lane 2, Weybridge Rowing Club in lane 3, the City of Bristol in lane 4, the King's School Canterbury in lane 5, Kew House School in lane 6, and Clare's Court School in lane 7. And the J17 double sculls have now started. It was a clean race. The race umpire has now pulled in behind the scullers as they proceed down the course, as they go through the start phase of their race. And as these crews go through the 500-metre mark, the first information we have is that Walton Rowing Club lead Weybridge Rowing Club, who lead Kew House, who lead King's Canterbury, who lead Clares Court School and City of Bristol. City of Bristol in the pack there. They're right in the middle of the course. So they're close to Kew House as well. So City of Bristol fourth. And it's King's Canterbury and Clares Court just fifth and sixth at the moment, but nothing at all between these later crews, but way out in front at the moment. 6 seconds and building is Walton Rowing Club, with Weybridge pushing them hard. And as we look at the drone shots, you can see there that Walton Rowing Club have established a comfortable lead, but there's a very good race for the silver and bronze medals. Weybridge, Kew House, Bristol, King's Canterbury and Clares Court, all boats overlapping. Maybe Clares Court just dropping off the pace at the moment, but a good race for the smaller medals. And as we go up to the 1250-metre mark, Walton's still leading, but it looks like now that City of Bristol and King's Canterbury have just sculled through Weybridge Rowing Club. So a good race there for the second and third places, with Kew House just a length behind them and Clares Court just a length behind Kew House. And it's very powerful. Walton crew just keeping that pressure on, sending that boat away and maintaining a very strong lead now over the rest of the field.
This is race 68I, A final, women's J18 doubles. This will be a quick start, there will be no roll call.
And as I look back at the drone shots now, there's still nothing between Weybridge Rowing Club, City of Bristol, King's School Canterbury and Kew House just about a length behind them. But for the silver and bronze medals, there's 4 crews racing for that. But out in front, Walton maintain their comfortable lead in gold medal position. And this final now, as it comes into the last part of the race in the 250 zone, all crews now starting to wind up for the finish. It looks like Weybridge had a very good 250 and have now established themselves back in second place again over King's Course Canterbury and Bristol. Claire's Court just off the pace now. And heading towards the line in this final of the J17 double sculls. It's Walton Rowing Club in the gold medal position. Weybridge now just pushed away from Bristol, City of Bristol, and Weybridge now in the silver medal position. City of Bristol managing to hold on to that bronze medal position over a good push from King's School Canterbury. Kew House then half a length or a length behind them, but going towards the line, Weybridge Rowing Club in the silver medal position, City of Bristol lying third, and a good race for all those crews in this. A very good race early on, and as the crews separated in the second half, the medal positions were decided.
Here is an announcement. As we get towards the end of the regatta, will all crews please make sure that they collect their lane numbers in good time and boat really, really promptly. We want all of the remaining races to go off on time, and to achieve that we need crews' help in making sure they're organised and they're up at the start in good time. So just a reminder to all crews that are still to race to collect your number in good time and to boat in good time. Thank you.
Another race now is on the course. This is the final A of the women's J18 double sculls. It's between Tideway Scullers in lane 2, Royal Grammar School Worcester in lane 3, Rob Roy in 4, Sir William Perkins School A in lane 5, Headington School A in 6, and Peterborough City. As they went through the 500 metre mark, it was Tideway Scullers who were first. In second place, it was RGS Worcester. In third, it was Perkins. In fourth, it was Rob Roy. In fifth, Headington School. And in sixth, Peterborough City. as the crews then go through the 1,000 metre mark halfway. Tideway Scullers maintain a comfortable lead, but there's nothing between the next four crews. They're all overlapping. They're all battling them for the other medals as well if they can't catch Tideway Scullers. Peterborough City just off the back at the moment, just off the pace, but Worcester, Rob Roy, William Perkins and Headington all overlapping. And just to confirm that at the halfway point that we saw as the screens come up, Scullers did lead by nearly 7 seconds over Worcester, who led up Rob Roy and Headington. Not a lot between them, just under a length. Then Sir William Perkins in 5th and Peterborough in 6th.
As you are all present and attached, I propose to start this race early. If anyone would prefer to wait until race time, please indicate.
So Tideway Scullers now just coming through the 500 metre mark, and they've got a comfortable lead now. Behind them, RGS Worcester and Rob Roy are having a good battle. There's nothing between them. It's nip and tuck. One pushes ahead, then the other one responds. They're in silver and bronze medal position. Then behind them is Headington, Sir William Perkins and Peterborough City. And as we come into the 250 metre zone, Tideway Scullers maintain an excellent sculling rate. Style is good, and they're still maintaining good boat speed as well. And behind them, there's two doubles. One RGS Worcester in lane 3 and Rob Roy in lane 4 in the centre there. They're battling it out. Rob Roy lift their sculling rate. They've got their bow in front. There's a few feet between them. They push out again. It's now half a length. Can Worcester respond? But Rob Roy looking at them now. They're really winding. They want more space, but Worcester are responding. There's half a length between those two double sculls as they push towards the line. As Scullers now approach the line, it's comfortably in the lead. The battle now for the silver and bronze is hotting up desperate. There is Worcester now on the far side. Rob Roy on this side. Worcester really going for it. They raised the rate. Now Rob Roy started to respond, but Worcester, you really got the boat speed going now. But going towards the line now, it's Tideway Scullers in gold. Who will get the silver? It's so close as they go towards the line. There's nothing between these two boats. And coming in 4th place now, Headington School, followed by Sir William Perkins and then Peterborough City.
I was looking for two girls in the
And now on the course we've got the A final of the women's J17 double sculls. In lane 2 and currently leading we've got Yarm School, and in lane 3 Great Marlow School, lane 4 RGS Worcester, lane 5 Tideway Scullers, lane 6 Trafford, and lane 7 Hartpury University and College. As I said, Yarm A over in lane 2 are leading at the moment, followed by RGS Worcester, then Tideway Scullers, and then Great Marlow School. So almost in order with the top 4, but Great Marlow School, who are in lane 3, are actually down in 4th place, and then with Trafford in 5th and Hartpury University in 6th. And now we're getting the results from 1,000 metres halfway through this race, and Yarm continue to lead. They've got a lead of 4 seconds now over Scullers, with Great Marlow School in 3rd place, and RGS Worcester in 4th, Hartpury in 5th, and Trafford in 6th. So the first 4 crews are relatively much in contention with each other. Hartpury and Trafford, a little bit of dropped back off the pace by the middle of this race, but Yarm School continue to lead, and they have actually got, with their 4-second lead, over a length of clear water now, so they look very, very strong. Tideway Scullers have got just about a length's lead over Great Marlow School, so Tideway Scullers in 2nd place at the moment. Their older clubmates obviously won that previous J18 doubles race. These are the J17s, just 1 year younger, but a really, really impressive display of sculling from the women's J17 double from Yarm School, stroked by Poppy Bell. The rating is still relatively lively, but it looks like they're just eking out their lead, extending it out, stretching it out with every single stroke that they take. Tideway Scullers, who are in 2nd place, just had to do a little bit of steering adjustment. They started veering across their lane. They've now headed back towards the middle of it and have straightened up. It just shows how challenging it is in the wind conditions still further down the course, with still quite a brisk crosswind. In the overhead drone shots, you can see it almost looks like an interference pattern of waves being pushed sideways across the course, which isn't that far for the wind to get the waves up, but it's strong enough that it's managing to do that today. And as we come up to the last 250 metres, Yarm School continue to dominate this women's J17 doubles final. Sculling neatly, sculling strongly, with really strong posture, and just making the most of the flat water and their excellent technique. However, in the battle for 2nd place, Great Marlow School have now almost caught up with Tideway Scullers. Tideway Scullers, I can see from their wake in the overhead shots, are still having to pay some attention to their steering, whereas Great Marlow School look like they're more comfortably just going in a straight line. Tideway Scullers are just about ahead, but probably by no more than a canvas or so. And Great Marlow School are definitely challenging very strongly. These three crews are all well ahead of the 3 crews in the 2nd part of the race. That's RGS Worcester, Hartpury University and College, and Trafford Rowing Club. So very, very close for 2nd place. Oh, I think Scullers just managed to stay ahead. So a win for Yarm School, Scullers I think ahead, and then Great Marlow School in 3rd place. Coming up to the line now, we've got RGS Worcester in 4th, Hartpury in 5th, and just overlapped with them Trafford Rowing Club. But I will just check with the umpires about the order for 2nd and 3rd. And we can now confirm the official result of that race. It was a win for Yarm School, and in 2nd place was Tideway Scullers, and in 3rd, Great Marlow School. Well done.
If anyone would prefer to wait until race time, please indicate now. Minutes. Race 71L, A final, open J15 singles. This will be a quick start, there will be no roll call. More crews. Attention.
Here is an announcement, just a reminder, particularly to the crews racing in the octuples and the Open J14 quads in the last 3 races of the day. Please make sure you collect your lane numbers early and boat really, really promptly. We want to get these races off promptly on time with all the crews there. Thank you very much. Now on the course, we've got the final of the Open J18 singles. And in lane 2, it's Jack Ribbons of Buell Bridge. Lane 3, Michael Janeway of Broxbourne. Lane 4, Andrew Green of St Peter's School, York. Lane 5, John T. Stambridge Bennett of Henley Rowing Club. Lane 6, Ossian McCormack of Rob Roy. And lane 7, Jacob Gunn of Wallingford Rowing Club. It's a little bit difficult to see from our screens who's leading at the moment, but possibly Andrew Green of St Peter's School has made an early break after a fast start. And in fact, that's been confirmed by the 500 metre times. In 2nd place, we've got Jack Ribbons of Buell Bridge, then Michael Janeway of Broxbourne, then John T. Stambridge Bennett of Henley Rowing Club, Ossian McCormack of Rob Roy, and Jacob Gunn of Wallingford. So it's all pretty much going with the time trial results, other than Andrew Green has gone out hard at the beginning to see if he can establish a lead over the the 2 scullers that came first. Watching this race from the overhead shot, it still looks remarkably close, actually, for a singles race. Often these can get much more spread out, and particularly in windy conditions. But these are obviously 6 very competent scullers. They did win through from a large time trial this morning, and they're just going past the 1,000-metre mark. Still, I think, with Andrew Green of St Peter's School in the lead, pursued by Jack Ribbons of Buellbridge and Michael Janeway of Broxbourne. Just watching the scullers further back from Rob Roy and Wallingford coming through, they have dropped a little bit of a way off the pace of the leaders here. And at the 1,000-metre mark, Andrew Green of St Peter's School is still maintaining his lead. It's just 1.6 seconds over Jack Ribbons of Buellbridge. Himself a very experienced sculler. The last couple of years he's done a lot of doubling with his older brother. Obviously his older brother is no longer a junior. And he's really making his mark as a single sculler in his own right. Then Michael Janeway of Broxbourne is another 3 seconds behind the Buellbridge sculler. So these 3 leading scullers are now establishing a bit more of a dividing line between themselves and the 3 that are further back. And in fact, Jack Ribbons of Buellbridge seems to have now pushed out into a lead. Possibly Andrew Green from St Peter's School may have gone out a little bit too hard. The extra work you put in at the beginning of the race to go out very fast, you can pay for that more so later. Maybe that's what's happened here, but it was a strategy you can't fault him for taking, because he did finish 3rd in the time trial and he needed to do something to try and break the dominance of Jack Ribbons. But as we come up towards the last 400 metres or so, Jack Ribbons has now established almost a length of lead. He's rating in quite a lively fashion. In fact, all 3 of these scullers are. But Ribbons has certainly pushed on using his rating. And then Michael Janeway of Broxbourne is about half a length overlapped with the St Peter's School sculler, Andrew Green. So Janeway, who's definitely following a lower rating strategy and is powering through, is trying to get on terms just with power and maybe saving the option of putting his rating up until later in the race. There isn't too much more of the race left, though, because all 3 of them are approaching the 250 metre to go marker. Ribbons of Buellbridge has now established a clear water lead. He's probably about 2 lengths ahead of the other 2 scullers, who are pretty much bow to bow, as all 3 of them row through the red buoys, signalling to them that they're in the last part of this really quite challenging race. 2,000 metres in a single is a long way. Nothing between St Peter's and Broxbourne now as they come up to the last 150 metres or so, but it's Jack Ribbons of Buellbridge, coached by his mother, who is really commanding the race with a masterful piece of tactics. He just sat there in the early part of the race and then pushed through when he needed to. The St Peter's sculler has just slightly pushed ahead again. Oh, but now the Broxbourne sculler has lifted his rate. So Jack Ribbons is still maintaining his lead. The scullers in 2nd and 3rd are having such a good fight between them. They're almost catching Ribbons, but I think Ribbons is in control of all of this. But it's very, very close between 2nd and 3rd. I'm just looking towards the judges to let me know who they think was 2nd. So it was indeed the St Peter's School sculler, Andrew Green, who was 2nd, followed by Michael Janeway of Broxbourne. Now we've got Jonty Stanbridge Bennett of Henley Rowing Club crossing the line, followed by another very close race, very close tussle between Oisin McCormack of Rob Roy and Jacob Gunn of Wallingford. Just looking at the judges again to tell me the order of those last 2. And And the judges confirmed that the Rob Roy sculler came fifth, followed by Jacob Gunn of Wallingford in sixth. Really excellent sculling race there. Well done, everyone.
The next race we will have on the course is the Open J17 singles. In lane 2, Bedford School B, Julian Leng. In lane 3, Hereford, Hamish Gamble. In lane 4, Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, Alexandra Judd. In lane 5, for Hartbury University and College, Oliver Leppert. In lane 6, Rob Roy Rowing Club, Jamie Crupper. And finally in lane 7, Warrington Rowing Club, Adam Pritchard.
Bedford School B, lane 2. Hereford, lane 3. Wycliffe, lane 4. Hartbury, lane 5. Lavoi, lane 6. Wellington, lane 7. Present and attached, I propose to start this race early. If anyone wishes to wait until race time, please indicate now. Minutes. This is race 73N, A final, Open J17 singles. This will be a quick start, there will be no roll call.
So we had a bit of fun lining up the J17 singles on the start, but they've now got off in this A final. So just a reminder, Bedford School, Junior Lane in the lane 2, Hereford in lane 3, Hamish Gamble, and in lane 4, Whitcliffe Junior Rowing Club, Alexander Judd. In lane 5, Hartbury University and College, Oliver Lepper. In lane 6, Rob Roy, Jamie Crupper. And in lane 7, Warrington Rowing Club, Adam Pritchard.
Race 74 O, a final women's J18 singles. First school, lane 2. Lane Perkins, lane.
So going through the 500 metre mark, Julian Lanik has had a great start in lane 2 and is in first place, with Hereford in second, Hamish Gamble, Whitcliffe Alexander Judd in third, Rob Roy's Jamie Crupper in fourth, Whitcliffe's Alexandra Judd in fifth, and no, got that wrong, Warrington in fifth, and Hartbury's Oliver Leppert in sixth. The Bedford Sculler Junior Lake has got about a just under 3 second lead at the 500 metre mark. Just getting now on the video. Sculling nice and long. Julian Lane of Bedford School is rating 28. Trying to keep it. He looks like he's a tall lad. Keeping it long and strong. Trying to make sure as he comes up to the 1,000 metre mark. He's built a fairly comfortable lead in this final of the J17 singles. However, the race for second and third is definitely on, with Hereford's Hamish Gamble and Whitcliffe's Alec Judd really fighting it out. And yet again, we've got another race with kind of two sets, the first three and the second set of three of Hartbury, Rob Roy and Warrington. And at the 1,000 metre mark, Bedford School's Julian Lake has continued to lead and has actually extended that now to just over 7 seconds, with Hereford's Hamish Gamble in second, Whitcliffe's Alexander Judd in third, Rob Roy's Jamie Crupper in fifth, Hartbury's Oliver Leppert in fifth, and Warrington's Andrew Pritchard in seventh. And coming through the 1500 metre mark, the race is staying as the same. Bedford Julian Lake has extended his lead to just over 8 seconds over Hamish Gamble of Hereford, who continues to lead Whitcliffe's Alexander Judd. Jamie Crupper of Rob Roy is in 4th, and Oliver Leppert of Hartbury in 5th, with Warrington's Adam Pritchard in 6th place. But it's very much the race for gold, silver and bronze. Probably, if he doesn't make any mistakes, Julian Lake should be pretty much a dead cert for gold, but you never know. But he's got a good 8-second lead. But the race for second and third between Hamish Gamble and Alexander Judd is definitely on. Pretty level at the 1500 metre mark. So as they come now to the red buoys, there really should be an opportunity for either of these two athletes to get a silver. So Hereford's Hamish Gamble just pushed his rate up to 32 just to try and see if he can make sure he can get the silver. But I think Whitcliffe's Alexander Judd has responded and is trying to stay in touch with him. In the meantime, Julian Lake at Bedford School, sculling nice and long, nice comfortable lead. He can react to anything. It should be his gold medal barring any disasters. But the race for second and third is absolutely on. Hamish Gamble of Hereford has a slight lead over Whitcliffe's Alexander Judd. Judd's continuing to raise his rating. He's within half a length as we come to the last 2 or 3 strokes, and it's going to be very, very, very close. I think Hamish Gamble has just about hung on there at the end, with Alexander Judd taking third. What a fantastic race for silver and bronze. Got next. Coming over the line in 4th place is Rob Roy's Jamie Crupper, and in 5th place, Hartbury University's Oliver Leppert, and in lane 7, Warrington's Adam Pritchard. Okay, on the course now, we have the women's J18 single sculls final A. In lane 2, Jemima Don of Clares Court School. In lane 3, Sir William Perkins School's Annabelle Thornton. In lane 4, Northampton Rowing Club Tegan Smith. In lane 5, another Clares Court sculler, Emma Rance. And in lane 6 of Runcorn, Meadow Muscard. And at the 1,000 metre mark, Northampton's Tegan Smith was leading Clares Court School's Jemima Don by 0.7 a second, with Sir William Perkins, Annabelle Thornton in 3rd, Clares Court School's Emma Rance in 5th, and Runcorn's Meadow Muscart in 5th. Jemima Don, who's the Clares Court sculler, is the youngest ever winner at Henley. She was in the junior women's quad that won, I think in 2022, as a J15. And as we come through the 1500 metre, Jemima Don of Clare's Court has pushed through the Northampton sculler. Annabelle Thornton is now just under 2 seconds ahead, with Sir William Perkins in 4th, and the Clare's Court School B sculler of Emma Rance in 4th place. And just coming through now, Emma Runcorn, just quite a little bit off the pace. Emma Runcorn, Meadow Muscat of Runcorn is a little bit off the pace there in 5th place. So as we come through to the last 250, Jemima Don of Clare's Court showing her experience and pedigree now, maintaining her lead of 1.9 seconds over the Northampton sculler Tegan Smith, with Sir William Perkins, Annabelle Thornton in 3rd, and the other Clare's Court sculler Emma Rance in 4th place. Some great sculling from these J18 women's scullers. Clare's Court sculler now, it's got a good length and a half, maybe 2 lengths over the Sir William, no, is it the Northampton sculler Tegan Smith? My apologies, that's Sir William Perkins, Annabelle Thornton in 2nd, and Tegan Smith of Northampton in 3rd. And the other Clare's Court sculler Emma Rance coming down, of course, a little bit behind in 4th. I suspect Runcorn's Meadow Muscat has had a bit of a problem. She's still sculling, but a considerable distance down the course.
The race now on the course is race number 76, which is women's J17 singles. In lane 2 we have Walton Rain Club, Holly Weddell, Ella McDougall from Barnelms, Maisie Brittles from Warrington, Molly Weil from Hereford, Matilda Hudson-Hulls from Hartbury, and Gracie Janes from Hartbury. Yeah. Currently, Ella McDougall from Barnelms is in the lead, and a couple of lengths behind that is Maisie Brittles from Warrington. Oh yes. Holly Weddell is currently lying 3rd, followed by Matilda Hudson-Hulls and Gracie Janes. At the 1500 metre mark, the sculler from Barnelms is still in the lead, with the Walton sculler. Holly Weddell is a length behind her. Warrington. Maisie Brittles is lying 3rd, followed by Matilda Hudson-Hulls. Yes.
Did you? So Barnelms far side, Walton.
Right. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. This is a really close race with Barnelms and Walton neck and neck at the moment. Warrington. With Macy Brittles from Warrington lying third. Coming into the Red Boys, Ellie McDougall is still leading. Holly Weddle has sculled through and is now lying first. It's just coming up to the finish line. Holly Weddle putting in a big spurt now and well ahead of Ella McDougall and Maisie Brittles. A really good race for 4th and 5th between Molly Weil and Matilda Hudson-Holes. Confirmation now that Holly Weddle won that race from Ella McDougall from Barnelms and Maisie Brittles.
This is race 78C, A final, open J15 octuples. College College, lane 3. Savoys A, lane 2. Brentford, lane 4. race 78C, A final, Open J14 octuples. Ready, keep tapping it round. This will be a quick start, there will be no roll call. Okay, planes back. More crews. Attention.
The race which has just started is race number 78, J15 coxed octuples. After a certain amount of fiddling around, we've managed to get a clean start, and we have Windsor Boys School A in lane 2, Dulwich College A in 3, Brentford A in 4, Reading Bluecoat School A in 5, Windsor Boys School B in 6, and Abingdon School in 7. Coming up to the 500 metre mark, it appears that Windsor Boys School A in lane 2 have established a lead.
This is race 80.
At 500 metres, Dulwich A are in the lead, ahead of Windsor Boys School A by about a third of a length. Followed by Brentford A. Reading Bluecoats are a couple of lengths after them, and Windsor Boys School B are level with Reading Bluecoat. Abingdon School had a shipwreck on the start, and it's reported that they will be following on in their own time. So a good race developing here between Dulwich College A and Windsor Boys School A. Dulwich College just holding at the 1,000 metres mark, are just holding Windsor Boys School. Great race developing here. Approaching the 1500 metre mark, it appears that Dulwich are ahead of Windsor Boys School A, followed by Brentford A and Reading Bluecoat School. Dulwich School just heading Windsor Boys School, with Brentford A lying third. Reading Bluecoat School are some 2 lengths behind Brentford, and Windsor Boys School B a few lengths behind that. Windsor Boys School have pushed on and are now level with Dulwich A. Coming into the Red Boys, a terrific fights developing between Windsor Boys School A and Dulwich College A. Windsor Boys School appear from here to have just pushed through Dulwich and are now taking advantage of their slightly more sheltered lane to put in a bit more distance to Dulwich College. Windsor Boys School probably about half a length ahead. Dulwich College, however, pushing hard and not letting them have the victory. Windsor Boys School just ahead of Dulwich on the line. Brentford a really good third. And Reading Bluecoat fourth.
And confirmation of that result, the Windsor Boys just got ahead of Dulwich for the gold medal there in that octo race. And third place for the bronze was Brentford. Those concerned about the Abingdon octo, they had boat mishap and are now sculling back in lane 1, and there is an umpire with them just making sure they're safe. The next race getting attached to the start pontoons is the final A of the Open J15 Cox Quads. In lane 2, Abingdon School. In lane 3, Henley Rowing Club A. In lane 4, Hereford. In lane 5, Warrington. In lane 6, Guildford Rowing Club A. And in lane 7, Henley Rowing Club B crew.
This is race 80E, main final of the J14 coxed quads. This will be a quick start. There will be no roll call. Everything straighten up. All crews, passing lanes back. All crews, attention, lanes back. Attention.
And the final A of the Open J14 Cox Quads has left the start pontoon. All crews are straight. They're coming down their lane. They're going through their start phase. And the umpire has joined the race. There is no recall. The race is on.
This is race 82G, A final, women's J14 octuples. Henley, lane 2. Ellington, lane 3.
And these J14 quads are now just passing the 400 metres. They've settled into their race pace. It's now who's got the race pace now, the speed of their boats. Who can now maintain that and stay out in front. The coxing's good, the crews are in their lanes, and it's looking like a very good race. From this angle, it looks like Abingdon School have established a lead. But I'm waiting now for the timing at 500 to confirm these places. And as they go through that 500 metre mark, there's nothing between them, just a canvas. Hereford Rowing Club A crew lead, but Warrington are still with them, and so are Abingdon School. Henley A are just about 2/3 of a length behind them. Then it's Guildford a length behind Henley, and then Henley B just off the pace. And from the camera angle, it looks like Abingdon School have just got their bows in front. Henley laying in second place, and then Hereford in third. But that's the camera angle. Let's see as they go past us at the 1,000 metres. Let Abingdon lead, but only by a canvas. And it's Henley, only by a canvas, over Hereford, only by a 1 length over then Warrington. Behind them, it's Guildford Rowing Club, then Henley Rowing Club B.
On the leg!
And as we look back up the course now, Abingdon School just established the lead. They did win the scullery this year earlier on, but some of these crews now want that honour back. They want to beat Abingdon. So Henley and Hereford, they want to beat Abingdon and show that Abingdon just good for that one event. Let's see what they can do. And looking across the lake now with at the 500 metres to go, and it's still Abingdon, Henley and Hereford battling out for those medals at the moment. I'm not sure whether Henley have pushed back on Hereford, and Hereford holding on for that 2nd and 3rd place. It looks like Abingdon holding on to the 1st place as we go through now with about 300 metres to go. Abingdon School have pushed out to about 2/3 of a length over Henley A. Henley A putting them under pressure though as they come towards the 250 metre zone. Hereford just dropped off now from that battle of gold and silver. They're established now in the bronze medal position. But now we watch to see if Abingdon can hold on to this lead or can Henley catch them. And as they now lift their rate down, coming into the red zone, Abingdon now push away. It looks like just clear water over Henley Rowing Club for that silver medal position. So as we go down the cruise, Abingdon lead, then it's Henley, then it's Hereford, then it's Warrington, then we've got Guildford and Henley B. And as they push on towards the line, Abingdon stretch out further their lead, and Henley keep on pushing now, but these positions are now set. As they approach the line, Abingdon School for gold, Henley for silver, and it's Hereford for the bronze medal. They're followed in by Warrington, Guildford Rowing Club and Henley Rowing Club B. And confirmation of that result, Abingdon School Boat Club got the gold medal, Henley Rowing Club the silver medal, and Hereford Rowing Club the bronze medal. And fourth was Warrington, fifth Guildford Rowing Club A, and sixth was Henley Rowing Club B. And the last race of the day is now trying to attach to the start pontoons. This is the women's J14 octuples. In lane 2, Henley Rowing Club A crew. In lane 3, Headington School A crew. In lane 4, Wimbledon High School B crew. In lane 5, Lady Eleanor Hollis A crew. In lane 6, Great Marlow School. And in lane 7, Lady Eleanor Hollis B crew.
Women's J14 octuples. This will be a fast start, there will be no roll call. Keep tapping it, I will tell you when to hand your blades back. Blades back. Straighten up Headington. As you were, go back to tapping. And your blades forward.
Elliot, pass your blade forward, you need to tap, you need to get your blade, blade 7, pass your blades forward again.
Keep tapping. Okay, hand your blades back. Hand your blades back. All crews. Attention.
And the women's J14 octuples has left the start area. The umpire following the race. They're going down the course. They're all in lanes. It's going to be a very good octo race.
We need to go out between 6 and 7
The umpire's happy, and now they settle into their race pace. They're coming off that race start area, and now the umpire is looking across the lanes, and they're all good. And we wait for the signals now from the 250 and 500. And as this women's J14 octuple race proceeds down the course, these girls and the coaches must be very, very, very good, because they listened carefully. They actually got themselves straight. They swung round on the wind all together. And so congratulations to all the competitors here and their coaches. It was a very good octuple start. So now they're going down this course and they're racing well. And as we go through the 500-metre mark, it is Wimbledon High School who have established a slight lead, in fact, just a few feet over Henley A, who lead by a canvas over Headington A, who lead by just a length over LEH A. Then it's Great Marlow School and LEH B just a length or so off the pace. And in that last 250 metres, Henley Rowing Club really got into their race pace. Their rhythm is good and their boat speed is good. And they've pushed out to 2/3 of a length now over Headington School, their A crew, and Wimbledon High School. Wimbledon High just at canvas now off Headington School. So going through the 1,000-metre mark, in fourth place, LEHA. Great race between them and Great Marlow School and LEHB. So two races going on at the moment. Henley Rowing Club, Headington School and Wimbledon just out in front. Got about 2 lengths now over LEHA and Great Marlow and LEHB. With 750 metres to go, Henley A now starts to push out further. They've got just over a length again over Headington A, who in turn have overlapped with Wimbledon High School. Wimbledon High School still in contact with Headington A. LEH, Great Marlow School and LEHB are just off the pace of these three at the moment.